Hello, and welcome to the first. Hello, and welcome to the first virtual 2020 Hollyball. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us tonight, and hopefully you'll have a nice evening. We're very excited, so please watch your monitors today and watch it at around 6 o'clock, so a little bit less than an hour, and we'll have a full set program. Over the next hour, we will be joined by the Lake Geneva Symphony Quartet, String Quartet. So we're very excited for them. So I'd like to start off the evening and toast everybody for joining. And we very much appreciate your support for the Conservancy and all that we do. Thank you. We'll leave it to you guys.
Thank you. Wow, that was fabulous. Thank you so much. My name is Bob Clockers, and I want to welcome you to this unusual and different Hollyball for 2020. And we're thankful that you're tuned in. I want to thank the Lake Geneva Symphony Orchestra Quartet for supplying us with terrific music this past hour. They're going to be with us for a good part of the evening. I'd also like to thank John and Sarah Cobb for opening up their home for this event and graciously allowing us to do the event here. We've got a lot of things going on tonight, a couple of different kinds of auctions and paddle raises, so we'd hope you stay tuned and be part of this fundraiser for the Conservancy. And now I'd like to introduce Kate Holland, and Kate has a special guest for us tonight. Kate?
Good evening. It is almost time to officially kick off the 38th annual and first ever digital Geneva Lake Conservancy Hollyball. My name is Kate Holland, and I am a board member of the Geneva Lake Conservancy. On behalf of our board, thank you for joining us tonight. You have an exciting virtual journey, including a tour through the GLC's premier properties to look forward to this evening. However, before we get started, I am pleased to introduce a special guest, Lake Geneva actress, writer, and acclaimed mixologist, J.C. Powers. JC is here to mix up something special to help us keep this party and our spirits merry and bright.
Hello, I'm JC Powers of Feminist Cocktail Hour, and tonight we're mixing up a cocktail that I'm calling a Conservationist in honor of you, all of the incredible conservationists and supporters of the Geneva Lake Conservancy. To mix up this holiday cocktail, you are going to need some cranberry juice, some orange juice, some lemon juice, some orange bitters, a cinnamon stick, some rosemary, some sugar, and some water. If you're teetotaling this evening, then you're going to want to grab some club soda. If you're looking for a spritzer, you might want some sparkling wine. And if you really want to get into the spirit this evening, then you're going to want to grab a spirit like gin or vodka. Now, this cocktail is, of course, easy to mix up in the comfort of your own home, which pairs perfectly with this year's Hollyball theme, Home for the Holidays. It also ties in nicely with some of the work that the Conservancy is doing right now. The Geneva Lake Conservancy was the first to bring the Conservation at Home program to the state of Wisconsin, a program that gives guidance to homeowners who are interested in becoming more involved with conservation and looking for simple ways to improve their environment. Speaking of simple, we are going to start this cocktail off with a simple syrup. To make this syrup, you are going to need 2 tablespoons of sugar and 2 tablespoons of water. You're going to put that together in a mason jar along with 1 stick of cinnamon and a few sprigs of rosemary. You're going to secure your top and then shake it out, just like the Conservancy did when they opened the Helen Roner Children's Fishing Park in 2018. This park is the first nature park in the entire state of Wisconsin specifically designed for children. The park has a beautiful butterfly garden, an amphibian pond, and of course the famous thinking spot. I think we should get back to our cocktails. We're going to take our cocktail shaker, we're going to add in a few ice cubes, and then some festive fruit juices. We're going to start with 1 ounce of cranberry juice, then 1 ounce of orange juice. Now, if you're making our mocktail, you're going to want to add 1.5 ounces of cranberry juice and 1.5 ounces of orange juice. Then we're going to add in some lemon juice, just a splash. Now, splashing around in Lake Geneva is a favorite pastime for many of us that our children and our grandchildren will be able to enjoy thanks to programs like the Shoreline Buffer Educational Initiative, which works with shoreline property owners to develop beautiful landscaping that benefits the lake. There's also the Water Alliance for Preserving Geneva Lake, which spent this past year working with farmers in the Geneva Lake watershed to plant cover crops that will prevent polluted runoff from farm fields during the spring and winter months. Now, if you are interested in supporting this initiative and many others, make sure to stick around for our paddle raise, which for many of us is going to be the highlight of this year's Hollyball. We are eager to get to it, so let's dash back to our cocktail, where we're going to add a dash of orange bitters will actually suffice. Bitters are, of course, a low alcohol cocktail additive made from herbs, roots, or even tree bark. Now, of course, this time of year, we are very focused on trees with ornaments and trimmings, but all year long, the Geneva Lake Conservancy is focused on protecting the trees of southeastern Wisconsin, having planted more than 300 oak trees in Walworth County, each of which provides a home for more than 500 species of mammals, birds, and insects. Now, sponsoring an oak tree is just another way that you can contribute to the Conservancy during our paddle race. But first, we have to finish our cocktail. We're going to grab that simple syrup that we started off with. We'll add in 3/4 of an ounce if you are drinking the cocktail, and just a little more for my mocktail makers, an ounce for my mocktail makers. If you are feeling like you would like to raise a glass of very good cheer, you can add some vodka to your cocktail shaker. An ounce and a half should do you nicely. Then you are going to secure your lid and shake it up. Now, a proper cocktail should be shaken for at least 10 seconds, which gives me just enough time to give you a few more fun facts about the Geneva Lake Conservancy, including the fact that they have created 5 new nature preserves this year. In addition to that, they have protected 2,880 acres of land, and this land has global significance because of the birds and amphibians that live there and have declining populations. But it also has community significance, as hundreds of people have flocked to these preserves during the pandemic to find moments of peace and solace. I know that many of us have found peace and solace while drinking a nice cocktail. And we're going to have one in just a second. You're going to take your cocktail shaker and strain it into your champagne flute. Then you're going to top with a little bit of what else? Champagne. For my mocktail drinkers, feel free to top off with a little bit of club soda. Now it's the holiday season, so 'tis the season for festive garnishes. I'm going to add a few slices of orange to my champagne flute, and then top off with some rosemary as well as some cranberries. Perfect for a winter in Wisconsin, where we produce more than half of the country's cranberries. With that, let us raise our glass to the Geneva Lake Conservancy and to a quote from one of my favorite conservationists and feminist icons, Rachel Carson. She once said, "Conservation is a cause which has no end. There is no point at which we will say we are finished." Again, I am JC Powers from Feminist Cocktail Hour. I hope you enjoyed mixing it up with me. Our cocktail is finished, but our evening is just beginning. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the Hollyball as well as your home-crafted Conservationist. Cheers!
On mixology. I'm kind of glad that you're remote, because if you're here, you have quite an audience to take care of, but as talented as you are, you could mix drinks for every one of them. So next, I'm pleased to introduce Kevin Brunner. Kevin is chair of the Geneva Lake Conservancy, and Kevin wants to bring us some words tonight. Kevin?
Thanks for the nice introduction. Really, I want to, first of all, thank everyone for being here and being a part of this wonderful organization. In many ways, this has been an extraordinary year for all of us, you know, with the pandemic and everything else that has come with it. But it's also been a really extraordinary year for the Conservancy. And I think it's important just to highlight a couple of the major accomplishments that we've seen for the Conservancy this past year. Probably the highlight was that occurred this summer when Gathering Waters, Wisconsin's Land Trust Association, named the GLC as the Wisconsin Land Trust of the Year. That's just a tremendous accomplishment. Never before in our 40 plus years of existence have we received this award. And we were cited for a couple of key things, I think, in that recognition. One was the 559 acre pining conservation easement, which we completed late last year. It's the largest conservation easement in the history of the GLC. We also have continued, some really great work on the development of the Helen Ronner Children's Fishing Park in Fontana. It's the first of its kind in the state of Wisconsin. And also we started on a pilot basis this past year the Conservation at Home program, which has been very successful and will be expanding as we go into the future. While this pandemic this past year has dampened many of our activities, we have a lot to celebrate on the conservation front. Some of the highlights and some things that are coming forward in the next few months, in fact, at our next board meeting next week, actually on December 12th, we are going to consider the donation of a 60-acre farm in western Racine County as a nature preserve, as well as the completion of 2 conservation easements on prime organic or agricultural land near Elkhorn. Together, that's another 120 acres of land that we will be preserving in Walworth County and now into Racine County. We're almost up to 3,000 total acres now of land that we either own in fee simple or we have as conservation easement. The Conservation at Home project I mentioned has gotten off to a really great start. We had 40 properties that participated this year. 70% of them were certified as properties that are ecologically healthy. This is a pretty simple program in which we instruct homeowners on best practices and how they can make their properties more environmentally friendly, from putting in buffer strips to rain gardens and other things to filter pollutants so that we can protect our lakes and waterways. We've also had a strong year, I think, in terms of our leadership in the Water Alliance for Preserving Geneva Lake, trying to better address the phosphorus levels, the high phosphorus levels in Lake Geneva, as well as the invasive species in that lake. There's a lot of good work that's going on with a lot of partner organizations, but we're trying to remove the starry stonewort and also trying to apply some high-tech practices to try to minimize phosphorus as well as some of these other invasive species in this jewel of our lake system, Geneva Lake. We've also worked very hard this past year on the Oak Savanna project at the White River County Park, which has been sponsored by the Griffith Family Foundation. It's an ongoing effort to preserve the prairie there, or create and that the prairie there, as well as to plant an oak savanna, which is really an area that we need to address more fully in the future, as 80% of the oaks that we've had in southeastern Wisconsin have been lost since the first European settlement. And finally, and probably most importantly, we offered our 5 new nature preserves for families to get outside and enjoy during COVID-19. It's been such a joy to see people out at the Roner Children's Fishing Park, the Hansing Preserve near Elkhorn, our Pining Conservation Easement property, which is northwest of the city of Delavan. It straddles the townships of Richmond and Delavan, as well as the Hermanson Woods Preserve, which is we've long held at west of Lake Geneva. So it's been a really great year, extraordinary year. It could not have happened without the tremendous support we have from the community and all of you at home tonight who have supported our mission.
Thank you, Kevin, for your report, and especially thank you for your leadership for the Conservancy over these last few years. It's my privilege now to introduce Karen Yancey, who's also remote. Karen is the Executive Director of the Conservancy and has led the Conservancy into new areas of development and land acquisition, as well as new authorization and certification. And we want to thank Karen for her leadership as well. Karen?
Well, some of us are participating in a Hollyball at home tonight because it is a lovely evening for a good cause. I would guess that most of you don't know that the conservation work you are supporting is also helping to prevent future pandemics like the coronavirus. Nature is sending us a message with the coronavirus and the ongoing climate crisis, according to United Nations Environmental Chief Inger Andersen. Andersen says it is the loss of habitat for the planet's wildlife and the increased density of humans on this planet that have caused this virus and will lead to others if we don't take better care of our natural world. There are too many pressures at the same time on our natural system, she says. We are intimately connected with nature whether we like it or not. If we don't take care of nature, we can't take care of ourselves. As we hurtle towards a population of 10 billion or more on this planet, we need to go into the future armed with nature as our ally. Aaron Bernstein at the Harvard School of Public Health agrees. He said the destruction of the natural places has led wildlife to live closer to people, and this has created an opportunity for wildlife pathogens to transfer to humans, particularly in dense urban areas. These experts say it is the destruction of the natural world for farming, mining, and housing that has contributed to the present global pandemic. At the Conservancy, we are committed to stopping the destruction of the natural world and healing what has already been destroyed. Our 2,000 acres of conservation easements have protected some of our most scenic open land and estates around our lakes from being subdivided into denser and denser housing. Our 700 acres of nature preserves provide important habitat for wildlife and provide special places for humans to go to reconnect with the natural world. As important, our advocacy efforts, like our successful efforts this year to work with citizens in the town of Lyons to stop the creation of a gravel pit, are all contributing to the preservation and protection of the natural world in Walworth County. We are also healing nature with our restoration work at our nature preserves and our efforts to plant oak trees, milkweed, and other native plants throughout the county. Tonight you will hear more about how our local efforts have global impact, from a new Bromley Woods Nature Preserve that provides habitat for globally declining bird species, to our Helen Ronner Children's Fishing Park, which encourages today's children to learn about nature and how they can be the future caretakers of our world. Protecting and healing nature are critical to all of us as we move forward in a world where our population continues to grow and our natural resources continue to be destroyed for short-term economic interests that have long-term health consequences for humans and our planet. You will have an opportunity to support these efforts through our live and silent auctions and paddle race later in the evening. And now I would like Kevin to present our first award.
If you're going
Thank
to drink
you.
bourbon, you don't need to know this stuff. Thank you, Karen, and especially thank you for your leadership. Each year, the Conservancy gives a stewardship award, and this year, the award goes to, like every year, to very worthy people. And Kevin's going to announce that award and give the award this evening. So, Kevin?
Great. I'm really excited to present this next award, our Conservation Stewardship Award, to the Bromley family. We knew that the Bromley family, immediately when we met them for the first time to talk about the potential for their oak woods and savanna to be preserved, that they have just a tremendous land ethic and love for the land that they've been caretakers for many, many years. They've taken care of the property that they own in the town of LaGrange since 1844, which is 4 years before our state even came into existence. Over the years, they've shared this very beautiful oak woodland, an 8-acre kettle pond, and a spectacular oak savanna with many of their family and friends hosting the LaGrange 4th of July picnic on the savanna every year for the last 70 years. The Bromley family has been very patient working with us. It took us well over 3 years, I think, Mark, to put together the funding to actually be able to acquire this very pristine property. They're also a very generous family, we learned as well. We were struggling to raise the remaining funds for the 32 acres that they said they would take a lower price on. And at the end, they said they would donate the 8-acre savanna. As Mark noted, when we officially opened the property this past May, his father had said that if the family ever sold the property, he would like to see it become a nature preserve. And that nature preserve, the Conservancy has been able to deliver on. I remember very early working with the DNR on this property, and they listed this as one of the most important properties in southeastern Wisconsin to preserve into the future, primarily because it's a habitat for a number of declining bird species that has worldwide impact. We've been able to experience a lot of people going to visit the new Bromley Woods Conservancy this spring and summer. And some of the first families to hike it during the pandemic called us to express their gratitude. Somebody told, I think Karen, that don't tell anybody else about this. It's such a special place. A father remarked that our kids want it to be a very special place. And I want to refer a little bit to Karen's remarks earlier and add that this is an extraordinary wildlife habitat. It's the kind of land that we need to protect around the globe if we are to ever slow the rising temperatures on our planet and stop the pandemics that we are now experiencing. Later tonight, you'll hear a little more about another 40 acres of the Bromley property that we hope to protect in the years ahead. So I want to really thank the Bromley siblings and their spouses, Mark and Pat Bromley, Janet and Carl Olson, Jerry and Becky Gapinski, Jean Bromley, Maggie Bromley, and their late brother Tom and his widow Lisa for their leadership, their generosity, and their patience. We are so honored that you have chosen to work with the Geneva Lake Conservancy on this project of such importance, and we're pleased to present you with the 2020 Conservation Stewardship Award this evening. Mark, why don't you come forward?
We thank the Conservancy as a family for this award. More importantly, we thank the Conservancy for assuming and accepting the stewardship of this property. I extend those thanks on behalf of the 4 generations of my family who treasured this place, all but one of whom have now walked on. I thank the Conservancy on behalf of the 9 surviving members of my generation and my deceased brother Tom. On behalf of our children, the 6th generation. On behalf of our grandchildren, the 7th generation. And most importantly, on behalf of the generations yet to come, both of our family and of the human family, people whose faces we have not seen, whose footsteps we will not see as they travel life's trail behind us when we have traveled on. For all of us, love this property that we have occupied and loved since 1844, and which other people loved before our families came here. Because the Lake Geneva Conservancy offers us the assurance that this legacy can be preserved for generations yet to come, it is our prayer and our hope that blessings will fall like a warm summer rain upon the Conservancy and upon those who do its work, upon those who are its heart, its hands, its mind. For theirs the work of preservation of a sacred place, a place still inhabited by the spirits of our ancestors, which our spirits inhabit today, and which will fulfill and revivify the spirits of those yet to come who will find themselves blessed in this place. Thank you.
This is live TV, it's seconds. On behalf of the Geneva Lake Conservancy, I want to thank the Bromley family for your generosity and offer my congratulations on receiving this prestigious award. And thank you very much. Karen Yancey is now going to come back, and she's going to introduce the Honorary Land Steward Award for this year. Karen?
Carl Kaufmacher and his employees at Midwest Prairies are taking steps to heal the planet every day. Whether you come upon their trucks over at Bigfoot Farm, removing invasive species like buckthorn and honeysuckle from the oak savannas there, or see them planting native plants among the muck of the wetlands at Helen Roner Children's Fishing Park, Carl and his managers and crews are the on-the-ground army restoring the ecosystems that make our lakes and lands healthier. While Carl and his crew have worked for the Conservancy on its Hermanson Woods Preserve, it was not until we began to purchase other open land that we really appreciated all the services and flexibility that Carl's team offered. In 2017, when we worked with Jack Ronner and the Ronner family to purchase the property that would become the Helen Ronner Children's Fishing Park, we really had to call upon Carl and his employees. The Ronners said they would like the park to open the following summer, which was only 9 months away. And if it hadn't been for Midwest Prairies, we would not have been able to deliver on that deadline. Throughout the winter, they removed buckthorn, began killing off Phragmites and other invasive species in the wetlands, and planted the native ryegrass that was so important for the kids' play area. They created fishing spots along Southwood Creek, mowed trails, and even helped install our signage. Thanks to their hard work, we were able to open the park on time in the June of 2018. Carl's expertise has guided our work at our new Hansen Preserve on a farm in the Geneva Lake watershed, where we are implementing best management practices, and at Hermanson Woods, where his employees have worked more than a decade to successfully restore a healthy hardwood forest. By the end of this summer, we hope that his completion of a management plan for the Conservancy's new Hosinger Memorial Preserve west of Delavan will guide our efforts to restore this amazing habitat for the Blandings turtle over the next 10 years. The board of directors and staff want to thank Carl and his employees at Midwest Prairie for his expertise, his diligence, his flexibility, and work ethic in helping to restore the beauty and ecological health of Walworth County for ourselves and generations to come. It is with deep gratitude that we present you with our Honorary 2020 Land Steward of the Year Award.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all you've done for the Conservancy.
I appreciate it very much. Well, thank you to everybody involved, the board and staff and Karen. I want to pass along regards from my crew, Shane and Henry and Gage and Jake, and my two full-time guys, Kyle Walker and Evan Ossendorf, all of whom have worked quite a bit out there. In particular, I want to thank Dave Hoffman, operations manager, who's done some of the tasks himself at times. It's been really instrumental in scheduling and making sure we hit all of our deadlines. So thank you again for that. Probably if I have to give any credit to ourselves, it would be that we take good attention to the little things. You know, the Conservancy has different needs for most of our customers. Most of our customers don't have strong deadlines, and things are seasonal, and we can kind of move from one task to another as conditions warrant. But in the case of the Conservancy, we have trails to build, we have signs to put up, and kiosks to build, and mowing, and small tasks. So we've tried really hard to be responsive to that. So thanks again for the award. I want to congratulate the Conservancy for really taking it up another level in the past couple of years. It's been very impressive to see the acquisition of properties that Karen mentioned. Even more importantly to me has been the follow-through, something I believe in a great deal. I've been in this business since the grad school in the 20th century, and it's kind of unusual to see land trusts really following through. Most of them seem to be fairly pleased with the fact that they got an acquisition or were able to get an easement on a property and maintain it. But with Karen's leadership and the board following through and getting grants and donations to actually bring the ecological health back to these properties has been very impressive and a great experience for us and a privilege to work on these projects. Back in 2014, when I bought this company from Ron Martin had been doing work for the Conservancy for quite a few years. He had been running Midwest Prairies for 20 years. And one of the first things he said was, you really need to go to the Hollyball. It's a great people there. You'll have a good time. It's a great organization. You should go and meet those people. So that was the first time I went to the Hollyball in 2014. I went a couple other times. Haven't the past few years because we've been traveling. But I was certainly looking forward to this year and getting this award in front of everybody. So it's unfortunate that we can't be together for this. I'm always telling my children, though, I have 2 school-age kids, one's in college and one's in high school, and they're suffering a little bit. They're paying a price for this pandemic, but I always remind them my grandparents were born in 1910. They went through the First World War, the Great Depression, Second World War, Vietnam, the Cold War, and they survived disco. So all that, somehow we can come through with this. We can get through it, and that's not to trivialize anyone else's experience. We haven't suffered at Midwest Prairies that much. As a business, many businesses have. Many people have suffered and people have died. So I'm not trivializing it, but I will say we'll survive, we'll get through it, and I certainly hope to see everybody next year.
Well, thank you so much, Karen, and congratulations on that very well-deserving award. We're now going to shift, and John and I are going to look at each of these items for the live auction. And the first item we have up is the pearl necklace. This necklace is donated to the Conservancy from China West, and the description is a beautiful necklace from China West Jewelers. It's part of their Geneva collection, and it's a custom design piece, 20-inch natural white matching pearls. They're 9 millimeters with the Geneva Lake-inspired toggle clasp on it. And currently, our bid, I believe, is around $245, and we obviously like to raise that up. So if you could,
I think we're at $345 now.
At what?
$345? Is that
$345.
$345
well,
now?
Since we started, let's raise that up a little bit more. It's a valuable piece of jewelry. Obviously, Christmas is coming up, and someone I'm sure would like to receive this. It's still a great value at $345. If you're online, please bid, and let's raise some money for the Conservancy. How's the bid going?
There's a delay.
We have our 5-second delay. So.
Well, thank you again for China West. We definitely appreciate it.
It's a beautiful piece of jewelry. I really like the Lake Geneva or Geneva Lake inspired clasp, and it's a toggle clasp, and it's very unique, obviously, for the Geneva Lake area and for Geneva Lake. So let's bid on this. It's a beautiful piece of jewelry.
We have $445.
$445.
I think that's.
You take yours off, and
it looks like $445 to me.
$445.
The good news is this fire is nice and hot right here.
It is very warm. But let's see if we can break the $500 barrier. It's just refreshed. Again, $445. Let's see if we can get over the $500 barrier. It'd be great. It's worth every penny.
Yes.
And it's of great value. Think how well you do when you give this as a gift.
Yep. Contactless shopping.
What's $500 for a great item and a terrific donation to the Conservancy. Okay, do we want to close this one out at $445? We're refreshing, and
all right, thank you.
Let's close it out at $445. Thank you very much. The next item is Escape Golf Getaway to Green Lake. This is donated by the Engerman family. If you've not been to Green Lake, it's very similar to Geneva Lake. A tad smaller but beautiful. If you're into wooden boats, there's a real community of wooden boat owners at Green Lake. And the description for this is it's a weekend stay with golf for two at the Lausana Golf Club. Stay for the weekend at this perfect getaway in Green Lake. Just minutes from the lake, your own putting green, and plenty of room for family and friends. This 7-bedroom, 5 full bath home was refurbished to include architectural detail in every room. The vast kitchen has marble counters, a wolf range, and an outdoor grill for you to enjoy making this feast for your guests. It is complete with a pool table and an outdoor putting green for fabulous family fun. It has bikes for all ages to ride and beach or to town. It features a stone patio or a fire pit overlooking beautiful Green Lake, and even has a handicap accessible bathroom. The house is located 400 feet from the lake with clear views from the subdivision's common lake access lot. Everyone is encouraged to use the beach just half a mile away and rent boats. Pontoon boats are a great way to enjoy Green Lake. And Green Lake is a fabulous place. It's a great getaway. This is a weekend stay with golf for two, and it's a perfect getaway at Green Lake. And right now we are at $400.
Looks like.
$400. $400.
That is much better going there than downtown Chicago right now.
Yeah, yeah. If you have options, don't take the Chicago one. Go to Green Lake. It's a great value. So refresh the screen, keep bidding. We're at $400. Let's see if we can get this one to break $500. It's a short drive from here and Chicago to Green Lake. It's very convenient. And then once you get there, you'll enjoy the lake immensely. We're at $400. Any more bids at $400? Well, why don't we close this out at $400?
All right, thank you.
Another great value, and thank you for your contribution to the Conservancy. Thank you very much. The number 3, I believe this is next. It's the Yerkes Future Foundation.
Oh,
and
I'd like to bid on this myself.
It's a gathering for 20 on Yerkes front lawn. And it's a donation from Celebration on Wells Street and the Yerkes Future Foundation. The description is enjoy a gathering for 20 on the front lawn of Yerkes Observatory. Appetizers provided by Celebration on Wells. Date and time to be mutually agreed upon. This is donated by the Yerkes Future Foundation and Celebration on Wells Street. So the current bidding on this is $550. It's a great value at $550 for 20 people.
I'm going to bid right now.
And
how do I do this?
As you should.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. See if we get the screen to recycle here with a new bid. Currently at $550, moving to
I see now $650.
$650, just
Lucky
like
me.
that, $650. 20 people on the lawn with Celebration on Wells
That's the
Street.
best deal of the day.
And it will be a terrific time. You can pick the date, and you can anticipate great weather.
Right.
And it should be a great event. All right, it's $650. We have another bid. Any bids? More bids to get this great value of both the Yerkes Future Foundation, which is doing tremendous work for the acquisition and preservation of Yerkes Observatory. I know they're working very hard, and we're really thankful for their work and their leadership and how they've been able to secure the property for the community of Williams Bay and for the Geneva area. So it's at $850, even $850. What a great value. Thank you very much for bidding. $850 for 20 people, Celebration on Wells Street, and Yerkes Future Foundation. It is blinking. Any more bids at $850?
Did you bid that?
$850.
I wanted that. That's not fair.
So, all right, 850. We're going to close the bid at 850. Thank you very much for your bid. And it'll be a great time at Yerkes. Thank you very much. Now, maybe John should take this next one.
Which one is this one? I can't read that.
It's a great it's a great golf outing. We'll see where the bid is now. I'm anxious to get someone to play golf with at Lake Geneva Country Club. This is a golf for three with me and at the Lake Geneva Country Club. The package will offer full lunch, a round of golf, 18 holes of golf, and then drinks afterwards. The course is in immaculate shape. A lot of work has been done to the greens, and it's a fabulous golf outing. I'd be happy to host whoever wants to win. We'll just pick a time. If we can do it between May and September, it would be great. Very flexible on the time and date we want to do this. So golf at Lake Geneva Country Club. We're at $450 right now. Good value. And needs to be higher. Let's raise.
Do they have to bring their own clubs? Or?
Now it's at $550. Clubs, if you don't have your own clubs, we'll figure out something. The Golf Pro is great.
Right.
He's a good friend, and we'll figure out clubs. We might even get him to fit. And we'll worry about the putter, though. That's where the game is. So we're at $550 for the golf outing at Lake Geneva Country Club. See if we can bid that up a little bit more. We can pick the date and time and when the outing, lunch and golf, and then we'll have a few drinks afterwards. It should be a delightful day.
I mean, I really think just half a day with you is worth $500.
I know. And now, because of you, it just went to $650.
Oh, see?
Yeah. The real value of a round of golf, a few hours out there,
right.
It's got to be worth $650.
Definitely with you.
Yeah. Now $750. Wow. Thank you very much.
That's
it's
good.
Great. So $750. Keep bidding. We will pick the time when you want to go and have a lunch on the patio. $850. A real value.
Oh my goodness.
Gosh. Thank you very much. All of this goes to the Conservancy, so you're bidding on something that will certainly impact the work of the Conservancy. So thank you.
Thank you.
$950. Wow. $950. I think John, my buddy here, is helping this auction here.
My phone's down here. I can't even pick it up. So. I think if we can break 1,000, I'll throw in another sleeve of golf balls.
A whole sleeve of golf balls. I think we expect a box.
Yeah, Ventas logoed.
If we go over 1,000, John's throwing in a box, not a sleeve. A box. That would be 4 sleeves for golf. So let's see if we can break that $950. A box of golf balls from John's got to be worth $100, and get that to $1,050. Okay, let's.
Should we close this one out?
Let's close this one out. $950. Right. Thank you very much. Let me know what. We'll figure out the date and time. It should be terrific. So thank you very much for the bid. And our last item here on this section for the auction is it's called Lake Life. Dinner for 10 to 12, catered at your home. This is donated by the Lake Life Catering and Pier 290. Relax and enjoy the lake life with dinner for 10 to 12 at your home. Entertain your guests in style with a Lake Life party. Host from 10 to 12 guests in your home and let the Lake Life Catering do the rest. Chef Michael Levin, and Chef Michael, great guy, great work. We'll work with you to develop a menu for your event. This donation must be redeemed by May 23, 21. So I'm assuming this is something to get done prior to the big heavy catering, lake, Pier 290, Gage Marine, boat stuff in the summer. So there is a requirement be done by May 23rd, but I'm sure you can put a party together, 10 to 12 guests. $975. It's a great value. You figure out 10 to 12 people, divide that into $975, and it's still a great value.
That's great.
Compliments of Pier 290 and the Lake Life Catering.
Ooh, $11.25.
$11.25. Thank you very much. Thank you. $11.25, and still a great value.
Definitely. I just like
11:25.
when they come to your house, they
11:20.
bring all the food, they
Yeah.
clean up. It is an amazing.
Yeah, yeah, it's really effortless.
Right.
It's actually very effortless, yeah. 11:25. Any more bids at 11:25?
All right, we're going to close this out in 10
Yep.
seconds.
12:75.
12:75.
12:75 now.
Maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, they got the 20 seconds. We'll recycle here a couple of times and get a couple more bids. 12:75, 14:25. Thank you very much. 14:25. It's a great bid, great value,
All right?
great contribution to the Conservancy.
All right.
14:25.
I mean, dishes alone are worth $1,400.
The dishes alone. Do you get to keep the dishes? You have to talk to Chef Michael.
I just can't stand doing dishes.
Yeah.
So,
14:25.
10 seconds.
Close this out. Yep, it's flashing. We'll close this out at 14:25.
All right, thank you very much.
And thank you very much. It's
Thank-
a great.
Yep.
Great.
Thank you all our donors. We highly appreciate everything you've done for us, and we appreciate all the people that have bought in these packages. We appreciate it.
So now what we'd like to do, thank you all very much. What we'd like to do now is go to a video. And this is taken about, obviously, the Conservancy and a lot of the easements we have. And it's called Preserving What You Love. Preserving What You Love video.
At the Geneva Lake Conservancy, our mission is to preserve and advocate for the natural areas, waterways, and working lands of Walworth County. Carrying out this mission presents a bigger and more beautiful story. From Brumley Woods, the Conservancy's new nature preserve that protects rare oak savannas and woodlands of global importance, to declining bird populations, to the large estates along Geneva Lake where we hold conservation easements that protect these spectacular properties from being subdivided. We have protected more than 2,000 acres of the county's most scenic and environmentally important landscapes. We also use our Conservation at Home program to teach private property owners how to make their land more ecologically healthy. Our work does not stop with protecting the land. We also protect our lakes and waterways. We are leading the new Water Alliance for Preserving Geneva Lake, which is reducing phosphorus runoff and controlling invasive species. We are also working with all Walworth County lakes to identify sources of phosphorus and help mitigate algae blooms. Most important, we are teaching the next generation to be good caretakers of Walworth County through classes at our Helen Roner Children's Fishing Park, and involving families in planting a new oak savanna at White River County Park. We thank all our supporters who are helping us to protect the scenic beauty and open lands of Walworth County that sustain all of us, particularly during this pandemic. We hope you will help us add to our public nature preserves and continue our work to preserve our extraordinary landscape.
Now we're going to go to another phase of our fundraising for the Conservancy, and this is our paddle race. And we have 6 really very specific areas of the Conservancy that we need your help and support. And we're going to talk about each of those and ask you to help us in these areas of development for the Conservancy. As a former chairman of the Geneva Lake Conservancy, I want to thank you for your years of repeated generosity. I want to thank you for your stewardship and trust. Many nonprofits are currently in a shutdown mode, but we are fortunate to have a leadership team and board of directors who are committed to making vision and mission-based decisions and not fear-based decisions during this COVID-19. I am grateful for your consistent generosity, and I view you as by all possible means supporters. You'll do anything to support this Conservancy. Your support does not go unnoticed. It is because of your heartfelt generosity that Geneva Lake Conservancy is a premier land trust organization. By the end of 2020, we hope to have protected 2,880 acres and plan to reach 3,000 acres in 2021. Some of this land has global importance as habitat for declining species of birds and amphibians. Much of this land is open to the public for hiking, canoeing, kayaking, birdwatcher, and other recreational activities. During the pandemic, hundreds of people have found solace and beauty in our new public nature preserves, which is really valuable. As this COVID thing has worked with this work from home option, has placed new and renewed pressure on our local resources and land use options, we need to stand ready to responsibly face these pressures. We're now going to ask you again to be generous and enter into a mode of generosity. This paddle raise is going to fund 6 initiatives for the Conservancy. Each of them are impactful to the mission and vision for the next generation. Before we begin, however, I want to make sure that on your screen you have the donate button popped up on your screen. It says click here to donate the paddle raise. When you click, it will take you to the cash donation page, which has paddle amounts as well as an example of what your donation can help the Conservancy accomplish. So get to the page, get to where it says donate to the paddle raise. It will give you dollar amounts, and it'll also give you the description of what we're going to talk about. You all know how to raise a paddle. If your system is not working, call our support line. I think our support line is on the screen. It's 888-888-8023. You just need to remember 6 8s and 8023, and they can help you get your bid. Now, the first paddle raise we have is for $2,000. And this request for $2,000 is going to be used and go to our land acquisition fund for 2021. While we don't know exactly which properties will ultimately be purchased, we are currently working to preserve a beautiful 3-acre ravine property in Fontana, a farm in the Hackensack Wildlife Refuge, and an extension of the Bromley Preserve that will protect approximately 40 more acres of the spectacular oak woodlands. And you heard about the Bromleys tonight, very generous. We'd like to get involved with another 40 acres there. We hope to close on one or more of these projects in 2021, but we need your help. So what we'd ask you to do right now is on the screen, raise your paddle at $2,000. We're asking for paddle raise number 1 for $2,000. This money will be used and go to our land acquisition fund for 2021, and will be used for these purposes of different property, one in Fontana, farm near Hackensack, and another 40 acres at Bromley Woods. So we want to preserve all this. We want to reach our goal next year of either land purchased or land with easements, and but we need your help. So please go to the paddle, the page for the paddle donation, and raise your paddle for $2,000. Not many land trusts have acquisition mode, and we are in that mode right now, preserving this land around Geneva Lake and into the farm community. This is going to help a lot in future development. And again, I think with what's going on with COVID, that the pressure up here is only going to get greater, and we need to be able to responsibly respond to that pressure. So paddle raise number 1 is for $2,000.
It was an amazing summer this year to hang out, be outside,
Yeah.
and enjoy the nature and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and just for individual health and for peace of mind to be able to go somewhere like Bromley Woods, Bromley Preserve, to go and walk and enjoy all those oaks. And it's amazing what it does for your soul. And we need to not only preserve that, but we need to acquire more land and actually make it bigger.
All right, let's go to our next one.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to paddle raise number 2. This is in the amount of $1,500. And paddle raise number 2 is called Planting Rain Gardens. And this is really important for our watershed, and particularly the water quality. Everything that goes into the lake that comes down the watershed needs to be filtered before it gets into the lake, and that's what this is for. It's called rain gardens. We have been inspired by the large number of lakefront property owners in Walworth County who want to plant rain gardens or buffer strips as part of our Healthy Lakes and Grant program. In fact, the demand is so high that our one staff person who handles these grants can no longer do it alone. We need a part-time staff person in the summer months, just summer months, to meet these landowners and guide them through the planting of these gardens once they are funded through the DNR to help keep our lakes clean and unpolluted. So $1,500, get to the paddle raise tab for $1,500. This is planting rain gardens. It's a buffer strip that is part of our watershed and our Healthy Lakes Grant program with the DNR, but we obviously need somebody to shepherd this work with the DNR and to help landowners accomplish what they want to do. They want to do this. They want to make sure that the water going into the lake is in better condition than ever before as part of the watershed, but we need help in the staff in order to do that. And they will get the help with the DNR in order to get this done. Again, many property owners want to do this, but we're up against it with some staffing issues, and we need your help. This is paddle raise number 2. It's $1,500. So if you go to the screen and hit paddle raise number 2, it'll be very helpful for us to help with the cleanliness of water going through the watershed for Geneva Lake and other lakes within Walworth County.
All right, let's go to our next one.
Next one is paddle raise number 3. This is the children at Ronner Park. If you've been there in Williams Bay, it's fabulous. This is a $1,000 paddle raise. Our children will become the caretakers of Walworth County's lakes and lands. It is essential that they learn the importance of keeping our lakes clean and our land healthy. It's for the next generation. Help us fund the presentations by our staff at middle schools throughout the county each spring during Earth Week, as well as conservation projects and school grounds. So in addition to the educational aspect, of the classroom aspect that we do, there will be work of conservation projects on school grounds. This is a $1,000 paddle raise. Go to the tab on the screen for paddle raise number 3. And this is to learn the importance of clean lakes and land that is healthy via the presentations by our staff to middle schools and others, as well as the projects at the schools. It's a paddle raise for $1,000. So please hit the tab and let's raise some money for this project, paddle raise number 3. Okay. Thank you very much. Paddle raise number 4. This is called cover crops, and if you're familiar with that, it's a very important part, again, of the watershed. We are also expanding our work on Geneva Lake through leadership of the Water Alliance for Preserving Geneva Lake. One of our big success stories this year is working with farmers in the Geneva Lake watershed to plant cover crops that stop polluting runoff from the farm fields during the winter and spring months. And maybe you see some of this going on right now where the farmers are planting cover crops after they take off the corn or the soybeans. And this helps with protecting and stopping the pollution that runs off these farm fields. While many more farmers want to plant these crops for radishes, rye, or oats, many can't afford the $25 per acre cost of seed. That's just seed alone. The Alliance is starting to fund to give qualified farmers the money to buy these cover crop seeds and stop the runoff from farm fields that contain manure, fertilizer, and other chemicals that reach the lake. And I'm sure if you've been around this summer, there is some concern about what this runoff is doing to the lake and what it's doing for algae blooms and other things in our lake. So this is a cover crop paddle raise. It's $500. Please raise your paddle for $500 to help with the seed that will go for the cover crops. That'll help our farmers control this runoff. I'm sure they want to help and want to do that, but getting the seed down is what we're after right now. And this runoff from farm fields during the winter months and spring, that will help stop the runoff that contains the manure, fertilizer, and so on. Paddle raise number 4 is $500. It's another way we can work with the farm community, and it's an important aspect of what happens in the watershed. $500 on paddle raise number 4.
Paddle raise 5.
Paddle raise number 5, thank you very much, is planting oak trees. And I think this is a great one. It's $250 for paddle raise number 5. Only 17% of the oak forests that dominate Walworth County before a European settlement still remain. Think of that. Is that like 83% is gone? Is that the math? Exactly. You're a math guy. It still remains. Each oak tree provides a habitat for 500 species and is one of the most beautiful trees in our landscape. Help us continue to plant hundreds of new oaks around the county each year to replace all those that have been lost. $250, plant 5, count them, 5 3-year-old oak trees in public lands throughout the county. And this is paddle raise number 5, $250. And think about how much of these oak trees have disappeared with only 17% remaining, and what we can do to increase the number of oak trees and provide habitat for lots of species in our county on these beautiful trees. $250, paddle raise number 5 for oak trees.
I think I just planted 3, or our friend Brent just planted 3 in my yard here this week.
Wow. Thank you. Here you can get, how many for $250? You get 3.
I don't think I paid that.
5 3-year-olds, excuse me, 5. You get 5 for, yeah, how was that value? 5 for 3-year-olds. Paddle raise number 5, $250.
We're almost there.
Oh, we're getting close. That's great. Thank you very much. Finally, paddle raise number 6 is for $100, and a lot of people can participate in that. It's the $100 level. It's called Boy Scouts at Work Day. Once the Conservancy has purchased properties, we have to take care of them as well as build public trails. Increasingly, we find scouts and student groups from local colleges who want to spend a day volunteering at one of our preserves to remove invasive species, cut trails, and build boardwalks. I was a Boy Scout. These are great activities. The Conservancy has established a long-term maintenance fund that will permanently ensure that the long-term needs of our nature preserves are addressed. Giving $100 to the endowment fund will provide supplies for these work days, materials for boardwalks and other projects needed to help our trails open, keep our trails open, and our nature preserves healthy. So this is Boy Scouts at Work Day, paddle raise number 6, $100. The $100 will provide supplies for one workday of 10 students on our preserves. It will also include equipment like saws, gloves, safety glasses, snacks through a long-term stewardship fund. So $100 for Boy Scouts at Work Day to help preserve our existing conservation easements and land that we maintain. So hit your paddle for $100. Paddle raise number 6.
I mean, Bob, you've been with the Conservancy for over 10 years. I've been over 6 years. There's not been a year that the Boy Scouts haven't helped out.
Great.
And they've built the boardwalks. They've done, I mean, every year they do something for us. And so the money we can help raise here will help continue to support that.
Yeah, yeah, and they learn a lot. It's a great activity for the Boy Scouts. They help us tremendously with their work, And if we can help them, supply them with the materials necessary to do this, to maintain all of this infrastructure, would be great. Paddle raise number $600. Hit the button for $100. We appreciate it very much.
All righty.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Bob, for all your
Thank you
help.
very much. And I think next we will go to Kevin. Kevin is going to give us a wrap-up here, so let's head over and see Kevin. Thank you. And thanks for all your help on this paddle race. We appreciate your generosity very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. It's been a really enjoyable program this evening, and I want to thank you all again at home for supporting our mission here at the Geneva Lake Conservancy. It's been an extraordinary year in many ways, and we really want to top it off with this Hollyball this evening. We wish you the best during this coming holiday season, and we hope you take the time to visit our preserves that are now scattered around Walworth County, as well as possibly participate in the Conservation at Home program. You'll get more information about that in the months ahead, as well as maybe participate in some of the educational activities that we have in the future. Again, thank you so much for supporting the GLC, and have a great evening and have a great meal.
So we're going to close out this part of the virtual Geneva Lake Conservancy Hollyball. I want to thank everybody so much for all of your donations and your contributions. What you've done tonight is going to help multiple generations enjoy this lake, as already existing generations have. In addition to you, I also want to thank John and Sarah Cobb for the opportunity to be in their home. A couple summers ago, we had a great party here for the Conservancy. I want to thank all the sponsors who you see listed in programs and online, who really support the Conservancy. Thank you very much. Also the team of the Conservancy who's worked so hard to do this, the support of the directors who work hard with the Conservancy, and all the committees. But I particularly want to thank Janet Happ, Jim Gelderman, who have put this thing together both in terms of programming and technology, and to make this happen. So please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much for your contributions and your generosity and your support throughout the year for the Conservancy. And please have a wonderful and safe holiday. Thank you very much. I'll take that drink now. I'm finished, not done. I'm finished. Well, we've exceeded the goal. That's the main thing. I think it's 25. We got 31. And that's just on this part. And then we're raising money on the other auction items that are yet to be closed out. Yeah, thank you. Well, thanks to John for doing this too.
I'm looking forward to golfing.
We'll play.
I'm excited.
Have you ever played that?
Never. But I've got friends that Chris Sanders, and Damian, but we keep them well, we got made up. I belong to them.
I'll take that drink now. I'm finished, not done. I'm finished. Well, we exceeded the goal. That's the main thing. I think it's 25. We got 31, and that's just on this part. And then we're raising money on the other auction items that are yet to be closed out. Yeah, thank you. Well, thanks to John for doing this too.
I'm looking forward to golfing.
We'll play.
I'm excited.
Have you ever played that?
Never. But I've got friends that, Chris Sanders, was friends, and David was friends. But we two things we got made up. I belong with them.
Thank